Hello. Yo. I'm listening to a D&B mix today. Don't want to get copyrighted. But yeah, that's what it is. I'm working on some bug fixes today. Also, yeah, no blendering. I'm honestly, yeah, after the whole, so I try to get PBR working in the engine, and then I basically realized, oh, I'm making a retro FPS. It doesn't, like, there's no point in doing PBR. And so that's basically what happened. Was I got PBR working, and then I realized, oh, I don't actually even want PBR. So all the extra work that I did on cleaning that model up was basically a huge waste of time. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, hey Arya. Early today. What's up? How are you? Yeah, I got pretty depressed because yesterday I was I just took a day off to play Quake, and I played some Arcane Dimensions and stuff, and then I um I yeah, I just realized, oh, Quake has none of this bullshit that I have in my engine, and it feels so good to play. And I was like, wow, I feel like I just wasted so much of my time. I should have just been actually making the game, I guess. Like I don't know. You're always right on time? Yeah. Yeah. I'm just kidding. Um so I kind of have to draw some of this out because so there are bug fixes, but there's also really what we want to be working on today um is figuring out this, like, how do we split our triangles now that we have animations and stuff. But previously you said you wanted to make an engine more than a game. That changed? Honestly, I think it may have changed. Like once I started doing the modeling, as soon as I did like the textures, the modeling, and now the animations, I like immediately like I want to do something with it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It just felt so good to see that, like, to have the gun in the engine and then like play with it and like be up around and shit. And I was just like, I don't know. I did want to make an engine more than a game, but I have made an engine. Like, this is the engine. It's pretty much like solid now. Like, it's not. There are like some minor things in it that, like, there's a lot of bug fixes that I have to do. I also want to make it so that you can like extrude geometry like you can in Blender and stuff like that. But all of that stuff is just like features that I have to implement on top of it. Like, it kind of has everything in it other than, like, we're still missing a complete particle system and a complete animation system, which is what I'm working on now. Like, I have to make it so that each kind of model has its own state, right? And so I think each model is going to have now its own animation buffer, right? And that matters because I want each mesh you to be able to select meshes rather than just triangles, so that you can like move models around like gun parts and whatever. But do you even plan on to add trench broom level support? No. Um, no, because it would just be. First of all, I don't know anything about trench broom. And I don't know. I think at that point, why not just have like why not just make the map in Blender and import it? I feel like Trench Broom is almost a bit too limiting. Like Trench Broom is cool to make maps for Quake, right? But like in terms of like, I don't know, I have like my own map editor sort of thing, so I don't really see the point in adding support for another file format. Like what's really good about the Blender stuff is that like now that I can support GLTF, it's like my kind of workflow is that I make a map in Blender, I place models like a gun model, right, and then I go in my engine and I place a camera behind that gun model, right, and then that camera is now going to the HUD frame buffer, right, with the gun, right. So that's kind of my workflow. So, and you can do that all in Blender, right, with GLTF. The animations just get exported. Hey Frumpy, what's up? So adding another map format for like Trench Room would just be like way overcomplicating things, because then you would have to do that and then have your weapons or whatever and your camera, you would have to set it up by hand, you know, like, yeah, I don't really see the point in it. But you know, I also, while I think that Quake is a cool game, I'm also not trying to like remake Quake. Like one of the things that I really dislike, like when what's the game called, was it Wrath Aeon of Ruin came out a couple of years ago. It was in kind of development hell. It was basically just Quake, you know, like it was basically just Quake with, you know, very similar movement to Quake, very similar weapons, and it's just like, why not just play Quake, you know? I'm contemplating if I should reinstall my system with NixOS. Yeah, I don't really know anything about NixOS. But like, I don't know. Yeah, I did want to make a game engine more than a game, but now that the game engine is kind of finished, it's like, I don't know, now I need to actually make the game, I guess, or do something with it. And I guess it isn't completely finished. Like, I really have to revamp the lighting system and the light map baking to, I don't know how I'm gonna do that, but I don't know. I've definitely reached a point with it where it's like, now the capabilities of my engine are not like being leveraged by the debug map where I just have vertical walls and horizontal floor, you know? Like, I have an engine where you can make any triangle, any texture, and have any number of triangles in any number of positions, and I just haven't done anything with it. You know, it just feels like a waste. And as soon as I saw that gun reload and stuff, I was just like, wow, this would be so cool if I actually made it a game, you know? Yeah, so I wanted to draw this out, what the pipeline is going to look like for loading in meshes and stuff. So mesh ID is going to be a global unique ID that gets basically emitted on us getting a new mesh. You know, whenever we get a new mesh, we have to assign a new mesh UID. Reason being is that we want to be able to select them on the editor side rather than just selecting individual triangles now. We want to be able to select meshes and move them around. Not only that, but we also need to have render groups for these, because right now when I delete or move triangles, they don't actually move. And the reason why is because we don't actually have the correct render groups. Since we did our material refactor, we don't have the render groups per triangle anymore, since they used to just go to the geometry buffer, but now they are all split into different render groups that the triangle doesn't actually know about. So when we edit a triangle, it doesn't really know where to go. So I have to figure that out. Skin ID is the GLTF skin for the skeletal animations, right? We use this skin ID in combination with the material ID to find the render group on a mission. And the instance ID is going to be, I think that's going to be per import, right? So if we have import 0, then we're going to have a different set of skins. And if we like import, for example, the same model again in import 1, then we're going to have the same exact skin IDs, but have a different instance. I already implemented a way to handle enemies, entities, NPCs. Yeah, I mean, I have like just sprites, but basically that's what I'm kind of working on right now. Is, I mean, a weapon is basically just, you know, an entity, right? Just like an enemy or an NPC. So right now the gun has its own animations, right, in the same way that an enemy entity would, but what my engine doesn't have yet is like pathfinding logic, right? Like stuff like that. So if I had an enemy model, yeah, I could just like, you know, get it into the engine, but I don't have pathfinding yet. So yeah, exactly. So that's a part of it, right? But also there are steps that I need to take before I get there, you know? Like I have to finish all of this like architecture stuff before I can really make an enemy pathfind to me, because all this stuff needs to be squared away. But yeah, that's also something that needs to be implemented. But in my mind, that's kind of like all polish. I don't expect it'll be that hard, to be honest, from what I've like researched about it. Like I could probably like implement something really naive super easily, like with just raycasting from enemy in the enemy directions. If you look in one of my old devlogs, I did have an enemy sprite that basically just like followed the player, and all it literally did was find the direction from the enemy to the player as a ray, and then it just raycasted and then moved in that direction, which is super naive in terms of stuff, but I don't think that most games do it more complicated than that, to be honest. Like, there are probably some things that you can do with like elevation, but as far as I understand it, most games just literally try to basically raycast around the geometry. So I don't think it'll be that hard. But yeah, I kind of wanted to draw this out because this is actually like very confusing. All of these IDs that we have to be able to find the correct. Most games have a nav mesh. Yeah, I've heard about nav meshes. I don't know how like important that is, to be honest. I don't know. I think like most of these like newer features, like for example, I just implemented PBR in my engine and then I like finished it and then I realized, oh, this looks like shit. Like it basically, my gun like looked like it came out of Overwatch or whatever. So I don't know how much I like trust the the when I hear like things like nav meshes, because I don't know. It just seems almost too complicated for the geometry that I'm going to have anyway. But I don't know. Maybe there is something about that, but I know, for example, a thing that game engines do is, well, most games have basically leashing areas for enemies, right? But not only leashing, but they have like detection kind of areas, right? So you basically have like a bounding box of once the player walks into that, right? They become like active. So I know about that. I don't know how I'm gonna do that in the engine. Um, I'm no expert, but forward to assume what it would be a way to not have to handle collisions with the world. Nav meshes, I mean. Hmm. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, for me, I wasn't really like actually for enemies, like I didn't even have to handle collisions though. You know, because all you have to do is sample the floor height, right? Like that's not collision. That's just literally sampling a triangle height under the feet of an enemy entity just to find the walk height. I mean, if you had like I don't know. I mean, the whole thing is about like raycasting around corners is that you won't be handling collisions because the enemy is never gonna hit a wall, for example. You know, if it pathfinds correctly. So it would never just like hit geometry if it is always going around walls. But I don't know. When I hear something like nav mesh, I just think, oh, that must be like for really complex geometry or something. Think of nav meshes as a sort of floor plane, but I already have floor planes. You know, I don't know. Maybe it's something that I'm being stupid about, and I should look it up. But like, for example, my function, um, for sampling, is this the correct one? Sample hole height? Yeah, I think that this is my function that of floor plans. Okay. Yeah, this is my function that samples floor height, and it's very it's not expensive at all because um because we have like an early out here that basically says if we are inside the polygon, then we're, you know, um yeah, I mean, this is the most expensive calculation that happens, which is what finds the slope, and then we return the normal. I mean, yeah, maybe with a lot of complex geometry it would get bad, but I mean, I haven't tested anything, so I'm kind of speaking out of my ass here, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, just speaking, like my collision code is so naive and stuff. It's like um I don't know. If I could get entities to abide by the same logic, I feel like it wouldn't be, you know, like this happens within like milliseconds. So because I don't even have like real impulse resolution for floors. Is this the PS1? No, this is my real game engine. Like I don't have a like actual impulse resolution with floors. All I do is I basically this normal gets gets sent out, and then we just sample the normal, and if we are jumping during that frame, then we project out from the surface from the normal. That's like the most complicated stuff that I have. If I had like proper impulse resolution and like a continuous collision system that would actually be expensive for entities, then maybe I would be worried about it, but then again, maybe I'm just speaking out of my ass and nav meshes are the way to go. But what's up, Kino? How are you doing? You look spaced. I appreciate that. So, okay. So, I'm doing something here. I'm doing something here with material IDs, mesh IDs, render groups, skin IDs, and instance IDs. I don't even know if this needs to be a thing that we need to have yet. The problem, I'll show you what the problem is right now. The problem is really that this just indexes a global skin ID array, which actually can't work. That can't work. This can't work because if we load in multiple models at different times, then the skins are going to be pointing to the same place in the array. So we need to either make this array the skin ID is unique and like my own convention, or you do something like that, like instance, like, yeah. But then we would have to have that on the render group, and you don't want to split render groups based on instance. You don't. You don't. I don't know how qualified you are, but I see you're coding in C, and I kind of want to learn it, or C++, but is that bad for jobs? I'm a beginner. I've never had a programming job, so I have no clue. No clue. Honestly, C++ is probably better for jobs if you want to get a job in programming. But it's up to what you want to do. I mean, if you're interested in in an actual industry, like C is used for embedded stuff, and C++ is used for a lot of things, from quant stuff to game dev to everything, But I mean, if you learn C, if you're thinking quant, then go C++. I mean, everybody's going to tell you to go C++. So there's also like Python stuff that you can do for quant, but alright, peace out, Frumpy. But yeah, C++ is 100% the language for quant. But I mean, I've never done anything in quant, so, but I mean, that's just what I hear. Kind of torn between that or going into machine learning, so I'm kind of bad at both. I mean, you can't ever go wrong with learning C or C++. They're like kind of foundational levels of languages, like, I don't know, like, if you're interested in this kind of stuff, there are a lot of languages that you shouldn't start with if you're into this stuff specifically. Like, I can tell you, for example, based on what you told me, don't learn Java, but More than just using a Python library, it's very complicated. Yeah, but let's be real, Arya. Who uses more than just a Python library for machine learning? I actually haven't seen anybody do actual machine learning code that isn't just using TensorFlow. So, anyone who's innovating. Yeah, I guess I don't know the innovators then. I mean, I think that it's probably pretty cool, but I don't know. Like, I, for instance, haven't seen any, like, content online about anytime I see content online about machine learning, it's all, like, TensorFlow. What's up, Dark Schneider? You are a dev currently on a C++ project at work. Would it be madness for me to try my hand at this from zero? Absolutely not. Um, just don't expect it to be a quick project, you know? This has been like 4 months of my life, and you can see on the bottom right there the lines. Um, this is a header file. What's my biggest? This is my biggest file. It's almost 10,000 lines. Can I show game? Good question. I have a old binary that I can show off, so we don't have to compile from scratch. But I do have to wait for the light map to generate, since there is a bug with light map loading that I have to work on today. These are joints and weights for the animations. But yeah, that's a part of what we have to work on, because, for example, if you have multiple gun models, then you want joint 3 to not actually go to 2 different models, so I have to figure out how to do that. I think per mesh we can make a unique ID, but I need, like, also, yeah, you can do skin IDs, but the thing is that the skin IDs don't mean anything if you import in multiple GLTFs. Did I tackle many challenges so far? A lot of challenges. I think, looking back at the whole thing, probably some of the hardest stuff was collision, but once I got my collision stuff working, it's been pretty much smooth sailing with collision. What are some challenges that I faced? Recently the animation stuff was kind of difficult, but it wasn't too hard once I actually, like, figured it out. So this is what the engine looks like. Don't mind the gun jittering. I need to fix that, but I think, like, the coolest thing is the movement code, which actually isn't that complicated at all. We might seg fault on the reload animation because this build had, like, a really weird bug with it. Where's the next John Carmack? I'm definitely not John Carmack. I wish I was as smart as John Carmack. Will I ever release source code for the engine? I don't know about releasing the entire source code since it's so messy, but I did, like, think recently, like, maybe I should, like, maybe, like, put in the Discord, like, I recently cleaned up my movement code, for the PS1 version of this engine, and I was like looking at it, like the clean version of it, and I was like, maybe I should just like post this in a C file in the Discord just for people to reference for movement code. So I think I might do something like that. Um, but honestly, a lot of the code for the engine, like most of the code for the engine, is all the editor stuff. Like that's kind of was the big part about the engine, was like making all of this stuff. But we're also in the middle of yeah, the gun in the editor is pretty funny. I haven't really touched any of that. A really cool project. Are you doing forward or deferred rendering? People ask me this question, and I don't really know how to answer it. Definitely forward, right? But my rendering pipeline is not like typical modern game engine rendering. I just don't see the point if I'm making like a retro FPS engine. But definitely forward. There's no PBR. I tried implementing PBR and I thought that it just kind of clashed with the aesthetic. So there's nothing to defer, really. All of this lighting is light map baked offline. Dynamic lighting is just Fong, and rim lighting for the gun. Anyway, so that's what it looks like. But yeah, it's a very cool engine though. Any resources I'd recommend? I've a lot of resources that are linked in my videos and also in our Discord. Our Discord has like a channel where me and other people just like straight up just like post a bunch of articles, videos we find that helped us. So you can join that. As far as overall resources, it really depends on what you're gonna do. If you're gonna do OpenGL, what version you're gonna do. It all depends on that. You know, there's really no resource that I'd 100% recommend like to everyone. It depends. Are you going OpenGL? Are you going Vulkan? What style are you going for? What features do you want in your engine? You know, stuff like that. So yeah, let's just make a global. I forgot what that material UID count was for, but there's another guy on YouTube doing the same thing but with Vulkan. Didn't dare ask how hard that was. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I would enjoy Vulkan, but I really enjoy OpenGL because there have been some issues, for example, that come up with this engine where it's like I have no clue where the issue is, and you know, I spend like the thing with graphics programming is sometimes you'll mess something up and you'll just get a black screen, right? You know, like there's no debugging graphics is incredibly difficult because you'll just get a black screen. And so if I did this in Vulkan, I feel like I would have spent so much more time tracking down stuff instead of, you know, OpenGL is nice because it gives you a lot of error codes. Boiled an egg and then later I will peel it and eat it. Okay, well, I hope you enjoy your egg. Okay, so I need to I'm gonna set that mesh ID 0. and then increment it. We should just like put this in a function at this point. Tools and error handling is important in such a project. Yeah, it really, really is. It really is. Because, I mean, I still have problems with bugs. You know, like there are some bugs that we're trying to fix today. But, like, yeah, I feel like Vulkan just makes the whole pipeline so complicated that I would be really lost with the bugs sometimes. Um, I want to do based on how far is my engine. I just shut it off. I don't know if you can go back in the VOD, like just like 2 minutes, but yeah, I just had it open. Um, it's the engine is kind of complete in a lot of ways. Like we were just kind of talking about earlier, what it can do and what it can't. It doesn't have enemy entity pathfinding, is something. Uh, Dynamic lighting needs to be a bit more complete, I guess. But it has its own light map baking stuff. It has its own map editor. It has its own particle system. Also needs to be worked on. Can load in gltf.object files. It's pretty complete, animations, all that. What's up, Lucas? Recently discovered Raylib while looking for an API to draw a GUI system. That might be an easier time for you, I think. GL accessible through it. Yeah, Raylib is awesome. Raylib is an awesome. I really like Raylib. Yeah, I did a bunch of small projects before this. Yeah, I wonder if I want to increment it here. Or... Yeah. You definitely want to do it here. Uh... And then when we emit the triangle, we can just give it the mesh ID equals the... Hey, thanks, James. I appreciate that. Good luck with whatever you end up working on. So that's that. I think that that's pretty much it for that, right? It just needs that for each new mesh we load in, and then the render group was going to be the lookup that's in append try to draw buffer. Where did I put this? There. Okay, so right now I just index straight in, but that's not enough, as we know. Because try material ID goes to render group set buffer. Shouldn't it be going to material definitions? I feel like it should be. Unless I'm missing something there. I feel like, hold on, I get this from index by M, global's material count. How do I get the material ID though? Material ID equals 0. Ah, I see. Right, that was still hard-coded. Working on the GUI system as we speak. Found my stream and your recommend. Seems like a cool project. I really appreciate that, Lucas. Thank you. I will keep going. So I think, so since we just set this material ID to 0, yeah, because this material ID is actually the render group. So we shouldn't be hard coding that anymore. We should just assign it here. To this material ID should be what M is up there. So okay. Now this material ID is no longer going to point to render group. It is pointing to the material definition which we follow to the render group. So we should just be able to literally get rid of all of this, and this is now going to go to here, and then we need to look up per material what render group the skin follows to. But yeah, we also need an instance, a unique instance ID, so this needs to go in globals too. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna literally put it down here. Huge. Now we have to iterate through yeah, I wonder if we want to split the render groups by instance ID or if we want to split it here. It'd be faster if we split it here. But I'd have to make an extra structure here that Yeah, this doesn't even... where even is this code? This is in render. Um, this is in generate render groups. Um, yeah, we have this. So this was our fake kind of link here to it, is that our ID becomes the group count. Our ID basically becomes the render group, but the issue with that is that now we can have multiple render groups for the same... The reason why we have multiple render groups for the same material is because they can now have different animations that are playing at the same time, right? Different meshes. And so we need something... Trying not to complicate this. Per material definition, we could store an array of render keys, right? That each have a unique combination of instance ID and skin ID. And then we can just look for that for matching render key, and then that will point to the render group. I think that that's what we have to do, but it's kind of messy. Oh, what's up, Ashir? One day I started learning coding, ran sudo RMF like a true pro. You have nothing left to lose. Yeah, I when I was setting up Linux on this system, actually I did something similar. I didn't do that, but I modded something that I was not supposed to, and I destroyed the user permissions, and I had to reinstall, which was pretty funny. Yeah, I guess that's what we have to do. I guess that's the only way through here. Yeah, you know what? We have resizable render keys here. The thing is that render keys aren't even render keys anymore. We don't use this name, so we can change. Yeah, so this render key is completely pointless to have around now because we called it render groups instead. What this is going to have now is... Okay, so the skin and instance ID point us to the render group ID that we generate. Yeah, so we're just going to put this inside a material definition. And instead of this ID that goes straight to a render group, now we have to match based on the instance and skin. Bro, no way. Get a life. You're out here writing C in 2025. Uh, that's interesting. I mean, I think C is a great language. The argument I always have for it is that C is a very simple language, so it uh it makes writing complicated things pretty simple. Google is spying on me. Been staring at the Quake 2 code for 12 hours a day. Oh yeah, dude, that is so true. That is so true, Nidon. I get the same thing all the time. Is I'll be talking about something with somebody in real life, and then I'll get like recommended like the products on Amazon or whatever. You prefer Zig? Well, that's I'm happy you prefer Zig. I prefer C. I prefer no, I prefer Zig too. Zigzagoon, the Pokemon. Zigzagoon is a fucking cool Pokemon, man. Um. Okay. Uh. Okay. So first of all, let's zero this because yeah. Let's zero this. Uh. I should really automate this instead of I should really automate this. Oh, this is already calced. It's fine. Um. Okay. So now on emission, instead of just going randomly here, I need to... Yeah, we aren't going to use the skins array anymore, so we're going to get rid of this. And it's just going to be render keys now. It's just going to be render keys now. So... let's just get the... Okay, let's just get this, and then let's go from render keys. Let's do the exact same thing, but let's check for this. Now we're gonna iterate the we're gonna iterate the count, and if we match on skin, then we make a new one. But we aren't just going to match on skin now, we are going to match on let's not be stupid here. Let's do this. Skin ID equals the skin, and buff s dot instance ID is going to equal the current instance ID. Yeah. Okay, let's just do this not stupid. Matt needs to be replaced with I'm not gonna forget to change the size of for sure. Okay. Arya, are you gonna become a Zig bro too? You said that you were interested in Odin, so I'm just making sure. I can imagine you becoming a Zig bro. I'm just kidding. Is this Neovim? No, this is Helix. I'm not a wizard with the shortcuts. I suck at it. Also, Helix is something like this, where you can like GW, AK. I always forget about this. I suck at Helix. Those are very different. Arya, they're Zoomer languages. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. I'm just kidding. What OpenGL am I targeting? I'm targeting 4.3, but I don't use a lot of the features of 4.3 because I want to maintain backwards compatibility. So I'm like in between 330 core and 430. I don't use SSBOs, for example, but I use some compute jitter stuff. But I also kind of want to get out of the habit of relying on compute shaders because I want it to be able to run on old hardware if possible. Instance ID. We're just gonna steal that from the global. And this is going to be set at 0 because we don't know what that is yet. Right. Right. Okay. Well, that's a bug. And we have a skin ID, a mesh ID, an instance ID, and a material ID. Now we just need the render group, which I get in here when we iterate here, when we append. Oh. I've only done some 1.1 mainly because me and some people run stuff on early hardware. Yeah. Yeah. I also started really on the older stuff, but then I like wanted to have like some fancy shader stuff going on. And so I gradually upgraded more and more, but I'm totally with the thing about like keeping it as old as possible. Like I don't use bindless textures or any of the new stuff because of that. I guess I'm just an old soul. Hey, what's up, Adam? How are ya? Now we're iterating the keys count, and we want to find the match. To get the material. So. Let's just keep this 0. Actually, you know what? Let's actually. If we don't find a match, then we just early return out of this. Um, yeah, you really want to just get the buffer here. I don't know why I always do this thing where I just don't get the buffer. Like, what am I doing here? Oh, what am I? Yeah, Matt. Render keys. Dot count. Why is this mad at me? Vertex pointer. Oh. Okay. If render keys indexed by I dot instance ID equals the try instance ID, and the render keys I dot skin ID equals the try skin ID. So if we find 2 matches, then our render group equals, okay, it equals this, but we also have to remember to make this a thing when we generate render groups. Thanks, Nidon. I hope to see you in the Discord. I appreciate that. So we index it by the render group, but we also, if there we go. So that's cool. Okay. So need to actually make sure that we have render groups as a thing. We also have to get rid of all of this now. Is DirectX harder? I'm not really sure. I hear that opengl is the easiest. I'm not really sure how true that is. But somebody else would probably be better to answer that, that's actually done work in DirectX. Not harder, just worse. The beacon of positivity. I'm just kidding. Okay, now that we did all of that, now I have to go into here, into generate render groups. And every time I generate a render group, I need to also put inside of here, we don't go to material ID, we go to material render keys indexed by something. Yeah, how do I actually do that, huh? Yeah. We just resize it. We just resize it. Yeah, we just resize it. Oh man. Oh wait, no, no, no. Wait. Hold on. We aren't actually. No, 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 no. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is completely wrong. This is completely wrong. Right. Yeah, we aren't resizing here. We're just accessing the thing in the array. Okay. Well, I'm just really stupid. Um Group skin. Does group skin needs to be more than just group skin, but we're not quite there yet. But we also want, I think that we can just keep that. That's fine. Okay. So now this is going to equal uh we also have instance ID to deal with. And you could also just put that straight on the group. But do you want to do that? Do you want to do that? Or just have a flattened array? Or we just have... That's tough. Yeah. I feel like you do want to have it on here, and then you just want to have this be... Oh, you know what I hate is that... I hate that about Helix. The GNGP thing. I use the old glute for my first OpenGL program. Here's free glute nowadays. It removes a lot of setting up. OpenGL offers some basic mouse and keyboard functionality. Interesting. I use GLEW just because that was what was recommended to me. And SDL2. Yeah, so I think you just want to index this with something like this. This gets really complicated, though. This gets really complicated. Yeah, how do we... Let me see, how do we actually do the skins down here? Yeah, we just calc it here. But this is going to be now a resizable array. How are we going to do this? This is pretty complicated and pretty bug prone, what I'm about to do. And I'm kind of worried about that. Also, the nodes are also going to have instance count. Yeah, I think so. Let me see where where I update that. Update scene nodes. Yeah, this just does that. You'd have to put in here an instance count, and then it only updates the nodes for its instance count. That shit's complicated. Glute is mainly for learning, I think. Yeah, I haven't heard of it. I've heard of clutes though, which are color lookup tables, which is a part of PS1 game development. Yeah, this is gonna be complicated, I think. Because each skin points to a joint. Yeah, you basically need a structure. This would have to be globals. It would have to be something like that. You remember the whale demo from the 90s? No, I don't. Just not around in the 90s. Unfortunately. I think the 90s are pretty cool though. Interesting. Yeah, the skin needs an instance ID then. Oh, this is gonna get complicated. Okay. First things first. We have to make a structure that has both skins and nodes, since they're a part of one. This meshes isn't being used, is it? No. No, yeah, this is useless. Let's get rid of that first. That is useless. You're old? You're not old. I'm young. Skins and nodes need to go in one thing for an instance. Then we index that by instance. Wait, but then the skins don't need an instance ID. It's just per instance. Okay, so let's just make that then. I don't really know if this is correct, but I have to kind of just like code to see if this is correct. No, this isn't even resizable though. This isn't even resizable. Okay, yeah, this is what it is. Okay, so this has a GLTF instance. You know what about the DirectX thing? The DirectX logo is so cool. Can anyone else like agree with me on that? Like the X is so cool. Like I'm not alone in that, right? Like this is so cool. Yes, it's the only good thing about it. Ever the beacon of positivity. Yeah, I don't want to listen to this mix anymore. This is oh yes, so the back part of this mix has the same song for 5 hours. So that was what was driving me crazy. Okay. Good. A good thing that we caught that because I didn't really notice, but my body noticed that for the past 20 minutes the same song has been playing and it was not really I was going crazy. Um what should I listen to? Do I study programming or am I self-taught? I guess I study it by myself. I mean, I did AP computer science and then uh just did my own projects after that. Um what Linux is this? This is Linux Mint. The DX logo and the OG Xbox logo, yeah, they're almost the same. They're pretty dope, to be honest. I really do like the I kind of want to listen to one of these my mixes, to be honest. I haven't listened to one of these my mixes in a long time. But they usually help me focus. Should I go with one that I've listened to or one that I haven't listened to? Uh, I guess this one looks good. Yeah, old logos are so much better than new logos. I mean, that's not even a hot take, right? But okay, this is taking forever to load. Okay, we got it. I don't know if I'm allowed to play this live on stream. Have no clue. I'm debating it though. I'm gonna do it. Okay, and a GLTF instance is going to have GLTF node pointer node. These don't need to be resizable. And then the skins. Okay. And now we have a global that is that instead of... Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maya always has these songs that I have no clue like where these songs come from, but always bangers. To be honest, I don't know uh, where they get them from. So instead of global skins, we are going to be going um, uh, man, I got no clue. Oh, here's what we do. Here's what we do. No, 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 no. Do I have some demo based on the code that I can demo? I can. I did demo it a bit earlier, but I can show you what it looks like. While that's launching, I'm just gonna keep working here. It needs to regenerate the light map. Now the skin count is going to be, it's going to be basically this, right? No, don't do that. Okay. Not this yet. We're still in here. Now we just want to replace every instance of globals.skins with we can just do instance skins. Alright, here it is. Don't mind the gun jittering. I have to fix that. And the lag because I'm streaming. Encoding overloaded. Yeah, dude, I know. I'm on the laptop. That reload animation looks so cool. Yeah, you know what happened to this reload animation? I didn't click fake user on it, so it Blender deleted it. So I have it on an old armature, but I don't know if I can get it on the new model. So you can thank Blender for deleting my animation that I made. Yeah, apparently if you don't click fake user and you start editing the model a bunch, you can just lose your animations. So, my bad for not knowing that and assuming that if I made something it would be saved with the model. My bad that Just screen record and redo it frame by frame. Okay. That's a really good idea. I'll do it. I'll do that. I was gonna have to redo it anyway since hands exist, you know? But yeah, it is kind of, I don't really get why Blender is designed that way. Why doesn't, like, in what world would I want my animation not to be saved? Like, why, like, if I make something and I press save on the file, why do I have to click an extra button? Isn't it saved in the GLTF file? No. I mean, not in the new files, not in the new.blends. You have to click fake user next to it, or it just may disappear. It may disappear if you keep saving and changing the model. And I looked this up, like, why did my animation disappear in Blender? And it's a bunch of people, not only me, that have this problem. But yeah, hate that Blender changed the UI after like 2.79. Took me 20 years to learn. Now I have to spend another 20 years relearning. Yeah, that's how. I mean, I didn't ever learn it, but it's quite a program. It's quite a program. I don't know. Yeah, you would think that it would save in the .blend, but yeah, if you look up why did my animation disappear in Blender, it's not just me that has this problem. If you don't click the little shield icon next to the animation, yeah. But for whatever reason, the shoot animation got saved fine. But yeah, I have it in old.blend, but not on the new model. The new model is the new model. I can kind of show off. So this is the new model, which is pretty much very similar to the old model. Just some things are cleaned up with it for the purposes of subdividing it. But I subdivided it and then I realized that subdividing sucks, which is what this is. But yeah, this is the new model, which is very similar to the old one. But for instance, we can go into the if I go into here and then go, I can show what I'm talking about. There's no reload animation here. No reload because of this button. You have to click this button, save this data block even if it has no users. You can go into the other Rhino 10 and then you can see that it's still, oh, it doesn't have it here either. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that other than yeah. Yeah, it's gone. So yeah. I'm not mad at all about it. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. Let's make sure to do that, huh? So the reload animation is here on this model. Still on Rhino 11. But is this the one that I messed up that I had to redo? Yeah, this is the one with the really messed up model. This is the one with the really messed up model where I was trying to get it to subdivide cleanly and then I made this mess. So the reload animation is here, but that topology, yeah, this is great. I love it. I love it, man. Believe it or not, it subdivides pretty cleanly, but imagine loading this into an engine. How many triangles is this? Like, what a waste. But yeah, basically how I went through all of this was that I basically had to connect these, right? And I made all of these cuts at the top that had to come down, or else it wasn't connecting cleanly. So that's how we ended up with this. But let's use Unreal Engine Nanite. Problem solved. What is Unreal Engine Nanite? What do you mean optimization? Yeah, I mean, who cares about performance, right? Who cares about performance? We have new GPUs, dude, that can render thousands, billions of triangles a second. Why would I? Yeah. But yeah, I gave up on that model. But yeah. Yeah, when I went to subdivide it and try the whole PBR normal mapping thing, after all of that work, it just, once I baked the normal map and tried it on, I was like, wow, this just looks like shit. It made my gun look like a plastic toy. And I was just like, okay, well, I'm glad I spent multiple days trying to get that to work. But we're not going to have that. Nanite is the UE5 technology that automatically generates LODs or something so that you can have millions of triangles for a fraction of the cost. Yeah, that's new technology for you. That is new technology for you. I find it really interesting, like, all of these, like, YouTube things and everybody that is, like, making their own engine that I see online and that I get recommended to me is like, oh, I was deeply inspired by games such as Quake and old shooters like Doom and blah 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 blah. And then they've got, like, PBR materials and all of this, like, entity component and all of this, like, dynamic lighting and blah 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 blah, and I'm just like, it's so against the design principles of your favorite games to design an engine like this. I just don't understand. I spent a week in Blender animating my gun for Action Quake 2. What's Action Quake 2? Am I ignorant? Action Quake 2. Maybe I'm ignorant about that. I was actually never into Quake 2. I was into Quake 1 and Quake 3. Did a lot of online. I think they just meant seeing these people doing so much from scratch back then inspires me to do modern stuff from scratch on my own and not use an engine. That don't always mean like I like the retro vibes. That makes sense. That makes sense. It's a mod for Quake 2. It was always what became Counter-Strike for Half-Life. Interesting. Oh, I think I've heard of that. That's interesting because Counter-Strike ended up having the movement code of Quake 1. But I didn't know that it came out of Quake 2. I guess, you know what, Arya? I don't actually think that that's true. Because half of these people want to make like retro vibey though. You know. But maybe I'm just being too critical. But I don't know. I also see a lot of these things get into my recommended now about like how to make PS1 graphics in Blender, and it looks nothing like PS1 graphics. Like it looks like the textures are 2048. What? None of the ones that I saw actually had PBR wanted to do retro? I don't know. I've seen some PSX vibe PBR stuff online. These HD textures and barely low poly models. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I hate like the the commodification of aesthetics, I guess, rather than Vertex Snapping Shader, yeah. Please help me. How can I create cheat for those games which are going to use my engine? Good question. Maybe I'll have a console, you know, where you can type in cheat codes or something. Maybe that'll be cool. Give all. I'm a big fan of like the Skyrim cheating thing. You know, the whole Elder Scrolls type of, honestly, all of the Bethesda games, I think the 3D games all have like cheat codes in them, like built in. Can I please implement God mode? Yeah, sure. Sure. I mean, I already have God mode, it's just the editor mode. Manually read through the compiled code to find, yeah, exactly. Do it yourself. Okay, so this is it right here. And now we have to go we have to nested loop it. It's kind of cursed. This my mix is kind of a banger. It is. I like it. Ghosty or T-Mux? I have Ghosty. I'm pretty sure you can have Ghosty with T-Mux though. I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. At least I don't really know anything about T-Mux, but so we can just do this. Yeah, we're just going per instance now. It's the same thing though. Vim or NeoVim? I have, this is Helix. Helix these nuts. Play animation. We go from animation. Ooh. Channel target node goes. Interesting. Interesting. My demo was cool. I sure can't do anything like that. I appreciate that. I mean, I think anybody can do something like that. You just need a lot of time. It's just a lot of time that it takes. You know, I definitely didn't do this overnight. Alright. Peace out, Arya. Have a good night. Thanks, Ashir. I appreciate that. So we're gonna go based on the instances. I'm just gonna iterate this. It's the same thing, but yeah, it's just referring to its own nodes in the instance, so it's fine. Actually, we wouldn't even take in a nodes thing here because we would just get the nodes here. Oh. Yeah, you just wrap it. You would just wrap it. Oh, but you would need a. How do I want to do this? Oh, actually, you know, I'm just being incredibly dumb. Because this is already a separate update node global. Does this just calls nodes IDX? Yeah, so this never goes out of bounds. This never goes out of bounds. Okay. I need to fix this function here. And then I call this within here. So just get rid of that. You don't need it. Okay. So to update our skins, we go iterate through the count, the instance, then go for the instance skin count. Then we're only referring to the instance nodes. Okay, and now yeah, I feel like per animation we need to store the instance. There's no way around it. Yeah, I'm not doing it till there, so it's fine. Okay. This isn't actually the channel, this is on the animation itself. It's going to be the instance ID dot nodes by the target node. Yeah, so that's fine. Okay, so now I have to go here and figure out how to do this, I think. Group skin. We also need group instance. We also need instance for sure. So let's put that on the thing. Render group. This is fine. Right, and now we are going to, it's two different arrays. It's nested arrays, so it's globals.gltf instances.buffer indexed by the group instance ID. And then you go into the skins here to get the G skin. It's kind of funny that the team that wrote AQ2 implemented bleeding damage and Band-Aid, and it was removed in Counter-Strike when they wrote it. Tactics are hard. Really? That's kind of cool. I should definitely look this up. I should really look that up. That sounds cool. I like grew up playing a lot of CSS and CSGO. I was never very good, but I did a lot of bee hopping. A lot of bee hopping. For sure. Okay, so we get the skin here. That should be correct. Okay. Okay. I think that this works. I think I have to figure out how to split better though. If I don't have render keys buffer instance ID. Yeah, we might not even have that. You suck at AQ2? My friend loves it, so he keeps you updating code. Are there other servers? Do people play? If there is no buffer. We don't need an instance ID if there's no buffer. Interesting, yeah, I should look it up. How was the movement code? Was it... I see. Yeah, I should look that up. Okay. So I do need a split. So, okay, so we split on skins into render keys. I think we need to actually clear skin IDs and instance IDs to -1 so that we don't match on 0 in the beginning. Oh, no. No, we won't match on 0 in the beginning because it won't get into that loop. Okay. Because the key count will be 0. Yeah, I might just have to figure out how we compile this. And then see from there if it works. I do have 6 errors. Okay, yeah, this is an old function we don't need. Yeah, I could just try to compile this. I don't know what I was doing there. I'm going to call this... Honestly, we can just get rid of this and just do this. Okay. Okay. In load object. Just remove it for now. Am I on a Microsoft Surface? Yes, I am. Believe it or not, yes, I am. I'm on a Surface Book 2. It's a piece of shit. It's a real piece of work, let me tell you. That's why I care about performance in my engine, I guess. Okay, that loaded a bit too fast. Maybe not. Can't be worse than your 9-year-old laptop? Eh. You'd be surprised. But maybe. Yeah, I can't do anything at 1080p on this laptop. I can play Quake. Okay. Okay, we are rendering to a black screen. You hate to see it. You really hate to see it. Okay. You know what I wonder? First of all, let's get rid of all of this debug that's giving us, it's taking up space, and let's go. I doubt we're even drawing any triangles, and the reason why is because we probably are not getting past a pen cold try. Oh, do I not set? No, I do set it. Ah. Oh, no. This is correct. This is my suspicion, is that we don't get past here. Let me check what I set. What did I set it to? Material ID equals M. That should be correct. You know what I don't do? I don't initialize the UID for the other UID. That might have something to do with it. Yeah, instance. It may have just been getting garbage for that. But it should all be 0. That should all be 0. Just reinstall your PC on NixOS? Wow. That was fast. Global mesh. Yeah, we should still. Okay, YouTube autoplay just turned on the umpteens. And honestly, we can listen to the umpteens, it's fine. What's the worst / hardest OS any of us have installed? I haven't installed very many OSs. I typically just stay on one for a very long time. I mainly used Windows my whole life. My excuse for being on Windows for so long is because I have a Windows laptop. So, honestly, Linux doesn't run too well on this thing. So, you've been on Gen 2 for 24 years? Jeez. That's hardcore. Yeah, let's see. Let's see what we get debugged out. Well, let's see what we get. Irix. I haven't heard of that. We didn't get any early returns out. Huh. We have 3 different render groups for geometry, which is interesting. Interesting. That's sick. Yeah, I hear Gen 2 is pretty hard to install, huh? Compilers? No. I'm just debugging. Apparently we aren't drawing anything, so what I just implemented, it has a bug. Early return, no render group, no render group. It's a lot. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it's not finding the match. It's not finding the match. Which is interesting. That's interesting. That's what I thought, though. Yeah, it could be that the render keys just never get allocated to. Nowadays Arch seems to have better guys. Yeah, it's because everybody's on Arch. Render keys on. I'm just making sure, am I doing this correctly? Interesting. You're phasing out Gen 2 Linux Mint on the desktop servers of Gen 2 still? Yeah, I like Linux Mint. Just very simple. Hmm. Let's make sure that we did this in the correct order. Actually, that's probably what it is. That's probably what it is. I bet that that's what it is. Skin instance render group. Now this looks to be in the same order. Does look to be correct. Actually, so let's just do it from this end. Let's just print out what we are. Gen 2 is good though. They support a lot of old arts, so you can run it on like 486. Made a fresh install on a Mac from 1999, like 2 years ago, with working 3D graphics. That's sick. Yeah, I wish I had like old computers to test out stuff on. I could probably get one pretty cheap though. I'd have to see. So node scan instance UID count. This looks to be the same. I assume that when we generate render groups, though. Group skin, yeah, so we get the group skin and the group instance ID from here. Oh, do I not? Oh, yeah. I didn't set it here. Oh, no, I set it up here. No, I didn't. Material ID equals group count. Hold on. That doesn't match up because render group, render keys, render group ID. Did I No, I don't ever set that up. I forgot to set that up. Okay. Material render keys dot buffer dot group count dot render group ID equals group count. Probably get Pentium 4 machines for cheap. Yeah, I was looking up some of these old like Dell machines, old Dell laptops. I kind of wanted to make like a video or something, some content about making a making something that can run on a really old laptop. I think that would be cool. Should probably re-up on the coffee. Pretty tired all of a sudden. Am I in the States? Yeah, I am. Currently live in the southeastern coast. Um, but I've lived all over the States over the years. Never been outside of the States. Uh, oh man, really? I thought that I fixed the bug. It's still not finding the match, even though we now are setting the render group ID. Oh, you live in Sweden. Sweden's really nice. Um. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, so we are now setting the render key render group ID, but it's still not finding a match. Oh yeah, we weren't finding matches is the problem. Yeah, the only thing that I can think of is that render keys. I only saw 2 groups get made. One of my ideas is to get a Raspberry Pi, install an OS like Arch or Gentoo, and get a keyboard from those Blackberries and make a Raspberry Pi phone. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I found one of my old flip phones the other day in some drawer, and I was checking it out. One of my old flip phones. Yeah. I doubt that we're getting into this loop. I don't want to listen to the softies right now. Okay, I'm gonna make a coffee real quick, but I do increment the count there. I do definitely increment the count. Unless material ID is going to the wrong thing. Material ID. It should go straight to the index straight into the thing though. Alright. What would be the things to see or do in the States if you have a couple of weeks, been there a couple of times, sadly work related both? Well, that really depends on where you go, to be honest. Like, I used to live in New York, so I could tell you, like, everything about New York to do. But it depends on where you visit. You know, I know New York is pretty expensive to visit, but yeah, I've lived mainly on the coasts, so in Los Angeles, New York. Um, Living in New York must be awesome. Yeah, it was awesome. I lived there for most of my life. Um, but yeah, eventually I had to move down here. It's all right down here. There's a lot of bugs. Uh, and I miss living in New York because you could just like walk around places, walk to the deli, get a sandwich and stuff like that, and take the train to work and stuff was also really nice. I miss I used to live in Queens, in Ridgewood, um, which was really nice. Um, but yeah. Anyway, I'm going to get a coffee really quick, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. Uh, so I'm gonna add a little thing here, and then I'm going to log out this bug or whatever and figure it out. All right, see you in 5. I'm back. Alright. So, to figure out what to do, I want to listen to another my playlist. One of the ones that I really liked. I've listened to a lot of these. I think this one was good. Okay. Why am I avoiding C++? Honest question. I don't know if I avoid it. I like C. I don't really get the new modern C++ things like smart pointers and all that. I don't know. I just code in what I like, and I like C. I've been around with many different languages, but C is just, it makes a lot of sense to me. I think that, like, if I had, like, an industry job, though, and, like, I, you know, had to work with other people in their code base or whatever, like, C++ offers a lot of tools that, you know, are great for, you know, industry scale projects. But for my projects, I just feel like C is really good for iterating and stuff. I kind of would like to see what the mat render keys count is here, rather than just having this. Okay, I lagged. I doubt that we have a that we are getting into that loop, so that's why we're probably not seeing anything. I don't really understand why though. You missed the yeah, you missed it. It was a very minor discussion. I don't hate any language, like I don't hate C++ or any other language, but yeah. Probably have a typo somewhere. Render keys count. I've been trying to learn graphics programming, but been language hopping a lot between graphics programming or game dev, C, Odin, Raylib. I pick C++ because plus is better, yeah. I pretty much have no idea what I'm actually trying to do. Compatibility issues between machines. Yeah, I stay with Linux, Windows. I haven't really tried the Mac stuff. I don't really know what the if I'm compatible with Mac. We don't need an instance ID here, so that shouldn't matter. Yeah, I made an oopsie somewhere. Really want to get a Windows laptop? Steve Jobs hated terminals. It was banned. That's so interesting. How can you be like a computer guy and hate terminals? That doesn't make any sense. Well, I guess don't be a computer guy then, I guess. Yeah, I guess we can just see what this debug says. I definitely made a mistake here somewhere. There's no terminal in macOS Classic. So many developers that don't know how to work a terminal these days. Really? You press the green triangle and IDE does it all you'll ever need. Wow, I feel like NeoVim is super popular nowadays though. I mean, it definitely didn't used to be like that. Like I remember when I learned to code, everybody was kind of in like NetBeans and stuff. I feel like there's so many NeoVim users nowadays. But maybe I'm just on that side of the spectrum so I don't notice everybody else. There's definitely like a lot of VS Code people. When I started to code, there wasn't VS Code. Yeah, 00000. How does that make any sense though? How does that make any sense? Maybe the... What I should have done is I should have printed out the material name. This is the wrong thing. I meant over here. Should print out. Should have printed out this. Gosh, I'm lagging. Because that'll actually tell me. I think what's happening is that for whatever reason my material ID is probably pointing to the wrong material, because we're definitely generating different render groups, but our render key count for all of our geometry is coming back 0, which means that it's probably getting sent to the wrong material. Do I have my compositor on? No. Yeah, I still have plenty of friends from uni that still code C#. They can't navigate a terminal properly. Get through a GUI? Get through a GUI is crazy. You hate being stuck in VC 2005? Yeah, I turned my compositor off for streaming because it lagged me a lot. Because this computer sucks. Like, really sucks. Like, this computer really, really, really sucks. Oh yeah, thanks for checking for me, Frumpy. Yeah, but yeah, I mean it's just laggy anyways. It's the last version that will compile Windows 9X compatible binaries. Really? You can't? back compile? Interesting. Why is that? That's interesting. I wonder what was different about them that... Yeah, exactly. Name Sky. Yeah, exactly. I knew it. All of these triangles are getting the same wrong material ID. I knew it. Yeah, I mean, but how is that... Hold on a second. Am I being dumb? Oh. Wait, no. No. I overwrite the material ID. So here I set it distribute new. I distribute it, give it a material ID of 0. And then I return the try count -1. And then I set it here. We know that this works with the correct IDX because this gets assigned fine. Huh. I wonder if there's somewhere else where I'm setting this material ID to 0. I mean, the really janky way to do this is just to make this an argument and see if it works all of a sudden, but I mean, I don't really want to do that. Unless we're returning 0 a bunch. Yeah, let's make sure actually that my initialization is correct for everything because I haven't actually compiled in a while, so... Quick to use VC at 6, but... Oh, interesting. It's interesting that binaries change over time or whatever. Okay. So we have... Generate render groups. Build draw buffers is down here. Yeah, I mean we could literally just like yeah, the only way I know how to figure this out is just by doing this. God, this is such a weird thing because they're all getting material 0. Yeah, well they're all getting material 0. Material ID. Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm just really dumb. Oh my gosh. Well, never mind. Okay, well, now I feel really stupid. But yeah, I early return out of this function if we find a matching uh render key, which 99% of the time we are. So that's why we were only assigning a couple of triangles with the correct. Oh, yeah, that's my bad. That was stupid. Me. Okay, well that's that bug fixed. I'll probably use GC min GW as an alternative. Yeah, it's interesting though that you said that. I wonder how binaries have changed though, you know? I should have really removed this debug before I compiled. So this is going to go through every single triangle. This song's a banger. I don't really know where this song is from, but it's a banger. Yeah, why this takes so long is because it has to generate the light map, which is what it's doing. How it generates light maps is that it basically iterates over the pixels of every single triangle and raycasts out towards light sources that are in radius to determine occlusion. That's why it takes so long. Alright. All good. Okay, now what do I want to work on? Now that this is kind of figured out. I think that this is correct. Now that this is figured out, we can now import multiple GLTF files instead of just one for the map. Do I have hit detection? So no, not well. This might not have it, but I had gun decals or like bullet hole decals like Counter-Strike has. I think I removed them at some point because of some refactor that I did. But yeah, I used to have. You can see my old videos where like the bullet would like create a hole in the wall, and I had basically these just billboard sprite enemies that I was shooting at. But yeah, I have to. I mean, I do have it, right? So it just raycasts. That's all it is just a raycast. But I definitely want to make it more performant, probably with a bounding volume hierarchy, right? Is how you do that. So I have to kind of research how to do that. But yeah, everything in my engine is in map tiles. So basically just like squares. And basically when you shoot a weapon or anything really, it just raycasts out in that direction, and we check every single map tile, and then we in the map tile then we early return out if we're obviously not within the bounds of any triangles. Yeah, it happens pretty fast. Like I don't have like octree or any like fancy partitioning. Like my CPU code happens within like 0.5 milliseconds. My GPU code is the real kicker. It's all this fog that that is really slow. Like without the fog, we run like so fast. Like the volumetric fog is the real difficult thing. Also, I have to figure out this. Eventually, if I reload too many times, I think, then I crash. This is a seg fault here. Here. That's another bug that I have to fix right now. Had that kind of idea for a simple OpenGL 1.1 game. Yeah. Raycasting is actually pretty slow. Like, there are a lot of optimizations you can do for it. Fog kills performance. Fog was using... Yeah, so there's different types of fog. What I'm doing is volumetric fog, which literally, it raycasts out pixel-wise in the direction that you're looking at, and then it accumulates fog from a 3D fog volume as it marches forwards. So it's fog, but it's done in a very fancy way. You can look, I've been doing, I can actually show you here. I made a PS1 version of my engine that uses like regular screen space fog that does exactly what you're talking about. This is all hiding the render distance, which is what you were talking about. But yeah, this project is kind of on hold because of the PS1 memory limitations. Like, I have it based into sectors, so you have like loading things. Like once you go past a certain border, you have this loading that happens, and it's literally just CD-ROM reading the next chunk, which, like, it sucks that this is on the PS1. This is emulated. So this is on the, this would work on the actual hardware. If I had a PS1, I don't have a PS1, I have a PS2. But yeah, so this project is kind of on hold. It was sick to get my movement code working on the PS1. It's actually like took a long time because there are no floating point values on the PS1. It's only integers. So doing collision math and all of that is like really hard, and it is still kind of janky, but like getting the slopes to work and everything was really sick, because no one, if you look at the games that came out on the PS1, no one was making FPS games on the PS1, and the reason why is because of memory, like issues like this on the PS1 where you there's kind of no way around it. You actually probably know this, but Quake 2 was known for its loading screens, and you know why? Because it came out on the PS1. Is why Quake 2 has so many loading screens, because of all of this. So it's proprietary 3D API. It's actually not done on the Sony SDK, it's done on the PS Noob SDK. It was made by one guy. He's kind of a genius, but yeah, it's similar to the Sony SDK. Thanks, Joseph. I really appreciate it. Yeah, this is on the PS1. I really wanted to finish like a game for the PS1 because no one has really done it, because it's such a pain to work on the PS1 because the constraints memory wise are just so. It's got 2 megabytes of RAM. 2 megabytes of RAM is really, really small. So that's why I read in, you know, when you cross chunk borders and all that. But yeah, it's really annoying that it like breaks up gameplay. So that's why I kind of stopped working on it for now to work on my regular engine. But yeah, I had a lot of fun working for the PS1 though. It's a lot of fun. 2 megabytes for the whole system. Yep. It's got 2 megabytes of RAM and 1 megabyte of VRAM. So yeah, that's why we have those loading chunks, because we're at like the max amount of memory all the time. That's the reason why Quake 2 has so many loading screens. If you think back to Quake 2 and, like, for example, the first map, like, within the first, like, 2 minutes of you walking around, you go into, like, this crawl space, and then that's, like, your first loading screen. And then when you go past that bridge or whatever, that's another loading screen. I think in the first level of Quake 2, you've got, like, 4 loading screens. They just happen pretty fast, but yeah. It's because of the memory constraints of the PS1. But that's why no FPS games came out on the PS1 other than, like, 2D kind of FPS games. Like, Doom came out on the PS1, Hexen came out on the PS1. I think Descent came out on the PS1. I have to check on that, but yeah. Anyway, now that that's... we should take a look at the animation stuff, because that might be a pretty easy thing to fix. So it's here, it's going out of bounds, but I also made a check. I made a check here. Before we go into here, I made a thing. So it's because of this remove animation thing. I'm like 90% sure. Every time we remove an animation, sometimes it seg faults. Guess I was lucky buying a Voodoo 2 12 megabytes. My friends had a PS1 instead. I think the PS1 is an amazing system though. Like Silent Hill came out on the PS1. It's just specific games. You had to make very specific games, like low memory games. The hardware is pretty awesome though, like what you can do with the hardware, but yeah, the memory constraints were, but there were a lot of good games for the PS1, like Silent Hill and Crash. Yeah, Silent Hill 1 is such an amazing game that they actually made that run on the PS1. Definitely one of my favorite games of all time. Yeah, it's when we remove an animation, we sometimes seg fault after it goes through it again. So the reason why we iterate from the front here, you may be thinking this is kind of weird. Well, we iterate from the front because we are shifting everything to the left when we remove. You could just like cheat this, right? I mean, you could just like go if. Oh, we were going to make every model have its own animation buffer anyway, so this isn't even a. This is going to have to change anyway, but yeah, you could just literally say this if this. Else attempt to remove it. And that would probably fix the crash, but this is going to have to change anyway. If I'm the bones and you're the meat. Okay, so we wanted to make animation buffers for each model. So how are we gonna do that? Good question. Good question, mister. How are you gonna do it? We have mesh IDs, we have instance IDs, we have skin IDs, but nothing to actually define a model, which is kind of hard, huh? This might be something that I have to do off stream because I have to kind of think about it. But yeah, every model needs its own animation buffer so that we can basically see if it's already playing an animation and then determine if we should push it or not. Like right now we just have a global animation buffer that just plays everything all at once. Yeah, we can't go per mesh. We could go per skin per instance, right? Is that something? I think maybe it is per skin per instance. Push and pop the matrix. Yeah, I think it is per skin. Per skin is the GLTF convention for basically like a skeleton. So then so its skin and instance ID make a unique render group. So this could be something that's actually on the render group. Interesting. That's an interesting way of thinking about it. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so basically a render group now, when I generate render group, if we do end up with a skin, which would be here, then I want to have a render buffer on the render group. Render group. Did I know that there's a language called Basic for GL, Basic with OpenGL extensions? No, I didn't. That's sick. I really want to learn Basic and more assembly. That sounds fun. I think it's just, how did I do this on the global? There's an animation instance. I forgot what this is. Animation instance. Okay. Yeah, so that's what it is. I need to move this up. They say basic will ruin your coding ability. Why is that? Okay, so that is. Now let's just remove it off of the globals. Okay, so for remove animation, now we have to take in is this also no. This is going to need to take in a I don't know, that's what they said back in the 90s. I feel like nowadays everybody could probably benefit from learning a language like Basic or yeah, how am I gonna do this? So for now, yeah, how are we gonna know what render group? Yeah, let's just take in the render group here, just to see the structure. So this is going to be, we've got nothing worth discussing. You should definitely join our Discord. I think that you would like it in there. I'm also trying to get people to talk more in there. It is a bunch of developers. Why does this not? What did I do? What did I do here? Oh, I'm being dumb. So to find. You can't code much. You're dyslexic. My code looks like spaghetti too. You've been looking at it. I mean, this is pretty spaghetti to me. Okay, so now we search for a render group based on this integer, and we are going to have to make a function that basically jankily searches for this render group. Based on skin ID and instance ID. Okay. Yeah, I have to cut this off because I'm going to get banned by YouTube. YouTube is going to ban me. I already got a copyright strike about that. YouTube is hard to deal with. Yeah, tell me about it. I can't play music during a stream because I get you know, I get the ops on me. They're gonna demonetize your channel in 30 days if you don't make a YouTube one-hit wonder. Yeah, that's how it feels like. Believe it or not, this channel isn't even monetized because I haven't hit the required viewing hours or whatever. I have to get to 3,000 watch hours for the year before I can monetize it or whatever, which I think it's kind of hard for a coding YouTube channel to get that much, but maybe I'm just bad at content creation. Like, I don't really know how to do it. You also need 500 subs every 90 days. Really? Every 90 days? That's crazy. That's crazy. I just hit 500 subs in general. Yeah. I don't know. The streaming is good, but yeah, I feel like it's kind of random if the YouTube algorithm likes me. Like, I had earlier today, I had all these people in the stream, and then yeah, it feels kind of random when the algorithm like pops off for me. I don't really know. Actually, do I need the... No, this is... Yeah, let's just take in... If I make a 3D FX view, YouTube loves it. If I make a Mac video, again, if YouTube prefers it if you do more of the same you started doing. Interesting. I feel like I've been doing the same thing, but I don't know. I've just been coding my engine ever since I started, but I don't know. Yeah, lately it's been kind of mid. Try some shorts. Yeah, I definitely will try some shorts. That's a really good idea. I should try to like edit something from my streams down. For sure. That's a really, yeah. I shouldn't have done this. Yeah, I hate shorts too, but yeah, I should do that. Oh gosh, what did I do here? Okay, now every single render group has its own animation buffer. So that's done. That's good. Now how do I actually use that to determine if I should push an animation or not, or if we kind of queue up animations, I guess. So right now we're just... Have I written code to play sound? Not really yet. I mean, you may have heard the gun earlier. And I kind of have jumping footsteps, but it's very, very basic. You know, just, I just literally play the sound. I load it in the beginning, and then I play it when you jump. I really need to... You know, like if I implement like game music or whatever, I have to do that for sure. That's something I have to do, definitely. So this is now an animation queue. So I feel like there's no point in having a length here that's greater than 2 or 3. That's going to be really on the push animation, actually. It's not just going to be this. We should... Instead of just... We should actually just, like, check the, if animation buffer count is greater than 0. If it's greater than 2, then return. We won't add on more. Else animation buffer count is greater than 0, then we do this. Else we just add like this. Not good with buffers, but it reminds me of the GL extension being printed to the console in Quake 2. Yeah, it's all buffers when it comes down to it. Even modern NVIDIA drivers checks if an exe is called Quake 2, and if it is, it won't send all the GL extension information, huh? Interesting. That's crazy. It's also pretty funny that it just checks what the exe is called. It's funny. That reminds me, I was trying to get Quake 1 working, and apparently the GOG version of Quake 1 has the pack files named uppercase, and the whatever I was trying to load Quake with, it was like telling me that I didn't have the pack files, so I had to make them uppercase. It's really just what a flimsy way of designing something, that if the file names are changed even slightly. Yeah, it really sucks that modern drivers like don't maintain backward compatibility. It just sucks to me. It's something that I don't really understand, why you're now forced to like buy a new computer every like 5 years. It doesn't make sense to me. It's I don't know. Like, think about it like in terms of like cars, right? Like you can have a car in like the last 20 years. You could have a car like from 20 years ago, and it's still going to take the same gas as cars now, you know? But with computers, it's not like that. Like, if you try to boot up an old computer now, it's going to be running on completely different gas than everything else, you know? So it's not even about hardware, like, capabilities aren't enough. It's just literally that newer software can't run on old hardware, which I think is just really bad design. And drivers too, all of it, you know. It's like, imagine if every 5 years they release new gas for cars, and you gotta buy a new car. I'll never understand it. I'll never understand it at all. It's like the whole stop killing games thing. It's like the same thing. It's like your computer is not a thing that's going to be infinitely supported, right? It's like it has an end of, it's going to die in 5 years, right? I got this ad earlier that was like, oh, Windows 10 security updates now ending. Go download Windows 11. It was a YouTube ad. Windows 10 security updates now ending. Make sure to install Windows 11. Interesting. So you're yourself admitting that, you know, you've stopped supporting this, you know. It's just, I don't know. It's whatever. I don't get it. Okay, so we have to do something here, which is... Honestly... yeah, we could just always play the first one in the buffer. Yeah, and that's just really simple now. Just play the first one in the buffer and use it like a vector. And just don't iterate it. Well, actually, hold on. You're gonna need to check here. If animation buffer count less than equal to 0, or if the animation buffer continue. And we are only going to now process the first animation that's in the buffer. Ooh, this is going to suck. Yeah, we have to actually go in here and change everything to 0. Make sure to update secure boot I see. The games put DRM in their games. Now they complain if they have to work to remove it. They not put online DRM. Yeah. I mean, the online DRM thing is so dumb. Like, it's just literally... I mean, what it comes down to is it's literally just like... killing games is good for publishers. It's good for publishers because now people have to buy new games. You know, it's that simple. And that's why they want to not support their old games, because they can't make money off of them anymore. It's the same thing with all of this, with all of the buy the new computer thing. Or, you know, we're not supporting our old OS, you know, so buy the new one. It's the same thing. Everybody just wants to make the most money possible. And to make the most money possible, you have to, you know, make people buy new hardware, even if they don't need to buy it, you know, even if they could run all of their stuff. And that's why we're Linux. Yeah. Now, I'm not going to sit here and like say that, like, you know, I'm like 100%, I'm more of a free software guy than an open source guy, but I still like the fact that Linux is, you know, free, and, you know, that's not about making money, but Yeah, I don't know. It's the same thing with everything nowadays, though. It's like, how can we make money off of it? You know. My best PC ever was my LGA 2011 X79 system from 2012. Ran 24/7 for 9.5 before RAM and sound card broke. Yeah, that's my dad's old Dell Inspiron. The RAM is literally just broke. The the it's literally the actually it's not even the RAM, it's the hard drive. The hard drive just literally won't connect. So it just boots to nothing. But yeah. Okay, so this is, I wonder if this works. Because every time we remove an animation, we should just shift the array left, so our 1 becomes our 0, right? The thing with removing animations, oh yeah, so this is just, okay, this works. This works. Animation if index is 0. We don't actually change the count though when we remove animation. Oh yeah, we do. We have this. We set this as a pointer to this function. This is in UI.c, which is so interesting. This decreases the pointer, or not the pointer. This decreases the count, so we don't even have to worry about it. Okay, let me compile and see if this animation queuing system works-ish. I repaired it so it's fully working, going on LAN party. Wow. That's sick. Oh yeah, I have to fix that. What's this? Oh yeah, push animation. Yeah, I kind of want to, I don't know. I would have to order something online to repair it. Find render group using, alright, I have to, yeah, so that is going to have to be hard-coded. So under weapon, that's actually in here. Weapon, no. What's the other weapon? Oh, maybe it is in here. I think I did put it in here. Yeah. So, this doesn't actually need... No. We don't need this. We need a... we need an int skin ID and an int instance ID. Now, I don't know how I'm going to actually find that information, though. Good question. How do I actually get that information? Because I need to find the render group that the gun is in for the gun that we shoot. But I need to store that. How do I store it, though? Trying to think of a way that I don't hard code that, but I think I might just have to hard code it, at least for now. Yeah, for now we should hard code it. How do I even hard code it though? I hate how my 2021 computer's motherboards were shipped for quality at 50% higher prices. Yeah. Already had to fix that board after 4 years of running. I'm not surprised. I don't mean to be like tinfoil hat about it or like, you know, super conspiracy out here, but I think that they just make them worse nowadays because you're gonna have to buy new ones, you know? Like, it's just to make more money. I don't think that they make good software or good hardware, because why make it if you could make more money from making bad software and bad hardware? That's what I think. I don't think that the whole make good things and make more money is really a thing anymore. I think it's make bad things to make more money, because then you get people to buy more. Yeah, I mean, for now we can just hard code this. So basically what I'm trying to figure out is, for a weapon we need a skin and a instance ID so that I can get the correct animation buffer from the correct render group, but I need that gun to be tied to a render group. Actually, you know what I can do? I can do this when I generate my render groups. When we generate our render groups, we can just say, I can literally just hard code this for now. We'd say if material name, yeah, let's just string compare this with our known materials. Later we can make a system for this. So if we are with this, or gosh, I really messed this up. So if we have Rhino metal or string compare material name, I'm definitely gonna forget that I'm hard coding this now, and it's gonna bite me later, but I have to test this. I do RMA one product per year to one retailer since 2021. Yeah, that's how it is nowadays. You know, it's like I said, it's literally just you make more money for making worse things. What should I listen to? I'm down to listen to the Virtual Dream Plaza again. Okay. If we have a gun material, then for now we just want our standard gun to be instance ID equals the group instance ID. And we're gonna have to make a system for a user to be able to define something that needs a skin, and then just basically have an array of IDs that we need to match, so that we can get them going to the correct place. But for now, I think just this is fine. Skin ID. I'm pretty sure that I did -1. Yeah, I did. So we're gonna do the same thing for here. Quality control went to shit during COVID. It's a component shortage. I just get another. Oh no, we're fine. Manufactured figured out people will still. yeah, exactly. Worse products for more money. It's all advertisements, marketing. I don't really believe in the whole new GPU thing. The new GPUs. I don't think that new games look good, to be honest. And the new GPUs are expensive. I don't know. I don't really like how the new graphics look in games. Like, everything just looks super shiny and not realistic at all. Like, it looks kind of plastic. Newer, all the remasters that are coming out too, like the Oblivion remaster stuff. Cyberpunk, yeah. I mean, it's all, yeah. Well, it's because the ray tracing is the thing, But yeah, very little work actually goes into assets nowadays. It's all, Satisfactory is awesome, yeah. Definitely. Okay, instant seg fault here. Instant seg fault. How am I getting into that how do I get into that loop if there's no animation in the first place? That's annoying. Did I make a mistake here? Update animations. If animation count less than or equal to 0, or there's no buffer, continue. How is the count not less than or equal to 0? Oh. It may be that I don't actually zero my render groups, which may be the thing. Yeah, I realloc them, but I don't think I zero them. Let's just do this here. So group animation buffer equals null 0 0. That's probably what it is. Why is this expected expression? Oh, sizable animation instance. Let's also, even though this won't be used, put it here as well. Should put it after the generate, pretty sure. I hope Intel does not fall over completely and keep making affordable GPUs. It might be worth considering for Linux workspace when drivers catch up a little. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not bought in on the whole Linux thing. Getting Linux to work on this was really difficult. Also, at least Ubuntu has this thing where they also stop supporting old drivers. For example, if you go back and you try to install drivers for specific versions, they only have complete driver versions that they actually keep. Like for every, I want to say like 30 NVIDIA versions. So if you want to install anything between 470 and 5.15 in terms of NVIDIA drivers from on Ubuntu, you can't. They're just not complete drivers. So I'm definitely not sold on the whole thing. I don't want to be tinfoil hat here again, but I have an idea that like Linux is also bought out by NVIDIA as well, because yeah, there's no reason that old NVIDIA drivers, you can't find them. It doesn't seem to be queuing. Like if I press shoot, it doesn't seem to be queuing. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be queuing. Huh. I wish I had debug printouts for this. But there is no crash. There's no crash that's happening anymore. Okay. Has a lot to do with Linux kernel versioning, why those things don't work? Yeah. That's probably true. That's probably true. Yeah. I mean, I would, but that's the thing. Like, I would downgrade my kernel if I work on Wi-Fi cards, so for example, Wi-Fi 7 is still in development, and you would not be able to run it on an even slightly older kernel. Yeah, I tried to downgrade my kernel as well, but, like, I don't know, I was having trouble. So, for example, I wanted to run specifically 517.25, because that is the version that works best on my computer. This laptop was made very bad, right? So it's one of these dual GPU laptops. For example, sometimes my GPU will just not be detected. My NVIDIA GPU on this laptop. I will run it and I will get kernel messages like GPU has fallen off of the bus. That is common with drivers past 517.25, or I think it was 517, but yeah, it's just they don't have, you can't get that version running. And I even tried downgrading my kernel, but nothing was working. Like I kept on getting like so many errors in like header files that I was like having to like check the header files and like edit them myself. And it just got to the point where I run it on 535, and you know, every now and again I have to reboot my laptop. But there's been times when I'm streaming where my GPU just shits the bed and then I have to restart. But yeah, I tried the mainline tool. I'm not sure what you mean by that. But yeah, you're probably right on the kernel versioning. I just kind of wish that there was... I wish that it was an option to downgrade your kernel. Like, if I downgrade my kernel... Don't remember those dual GPUs. Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, they never worked right. But this laptop was bought for me, so I didn't really have a choice. It's a tool to install the kernels easily. Yeah, I mean, I can downgrade my kernel. The problem is that everything stops working if I downgrade my kernel. You know? Which sucks for development purposes. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I just wish that it was possible to... Yeah, I mean, but this laptop never worked well, but it works well on one specific version. So I had it working on Windows pretty decently, but yeah, I did switch to Linux because I wanted, it's easier on Linux to develop for sure. Yeah, so I have to check why this isn't actually queuing. There's also a mosquito, which is bad news for me out here. I always wonder if this... You ran the Intel GPU only? Yeah. I pretty much do the same thing, but yeah, for streaming I have to use my NVIDIA GPU, or else it is really bad. But yeah. Kernel support out of the box. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if we even are shifting left. I should actually log this, because I feel like we aren't. If, Oh. It's probably this. Because we're always removing index 0. We're always removing index 0. If we're always removing index 0, then we should just be doing this. Yeah, I don't really know why I had that. I think that I was just... I don't know what I was doing there. It shouldn't be if index equals 0. It should be if index equals the max. If our animation buffer count is greater than oh, no. Yeah. This is what we want to be doing. We kind of want to do the same check here. Yeah, we don't want to shift left. For desktop, I think AMD AI looks good. Looks nice. Quad channel. Yeah, I should really get a new computer. I have to make money first, though. If our count is greater than 1, we definitely are increasing the count, right? Push animation increases the count, yeah. If our count is greater than 1, Should be if count is... Count is greater than or equal to, right? I'm not sure about the math on this. I feel like this is just a seg fault waiting to happen here. We also just have a function here that calls another function, but let's ignore that for now. If we remove animation 0, remove everything left, if our count is greater than or equal to 1, then we set our count to 0. No. Yeah, our count... Because our count would go to 0 then, if we had a count. It would have to be this, then we shift left, otherwise... Wait, no. Yeah. No, I'm totally right here, actually. Because if you have a count of 1, then you decrease it to a count of 0, and then you would never get back in to play the animation. So you're always going to be up by an extra 1 there. Okay. I should have added some debug just in case we seg fault, but... The new X3D chips, so nice. They're like when they put 3D Vcache on only one of the 2 chiplets. Yeah. I haven't really built a computer since I was in high school. You know, I just have never been in a position to get one. I guess it's never like been like really worth it for me, but I probably should get a new computer. By the time we'll upgrade, there's always going to be new ones anyway. Yeah. I have an aversion to new software and new hardware, which is why it's never felt like worth it to build my own computer. Like, how much money would it be if I even like wanted to build one? Like, it's just ridiculous. Let's see if we seg faults. Up, yep. Yep. That's what I thought. Yeah, as soon as I queued, we seg faulted. It's quite annoying, yeah. Wait, hold on, is A? Oh, A is animation buffer. Buffer, yeah. Oh, wait, wait, wait. No, no, no. I'm being really dumb. I'm being really, really dumb. No, no, I'm right. I'm right. No, I'm right there. Yeah, I remember, like, building computers used to be, like, pretty, pretty cheap, you know? So if you, so if we, for our animation time, it's less than animation length, our count, I don't think our count ever got greater than or equal to 2, because we had one animation and then another one. Which would be, no, it was 2, then we removed it. And then our count goes to 1. Yeah, I don't know. First of all, I should be doing A here for all of these. Like, I don't know why I wasn't, but this was actually correct. This was correct. Yeah, it's not. Hold on a second. Yeah, it was segfaulting on animation length, not here. So it just sucks because first of all we're still doing this. So yeah. I wonder if we just have remove animation in general and just don't do this setting it to null. Thing is, we're already validating the pointer, so I don't understand why would be segfaulting, to be honest. Let me actually print out the pointer here. That's a good idea. Uh, Let me print out the pointer here. And then let's print out the count. Yeah, just to see if we are decreasing the count. Yeah, I always get scared out here at night because, yeah, living down here is a big problem, dude. At night, there are flying roaches that just start flying about out on this porch. You know, like it's not my fault. They just fly in straight in front of my face. It's like it's disgusting. I don't know. It scares the hell out of me. I hear a buzzing sound. Yeah, I don't have a window, Lucas. I'm outside. This is I stream out on the porch, so you can hear all the cicadas. Yeah, I like streaming out in the garden. It's very peaceful out here. I like just working out here, but yeah, at night when I have to move all my stuff inside because past like 9 o'clock, the roaches just start coming out for, you know, it's horrifying. The bugs here and the mosquitoes, like, yeah, most people don't have to deal with it, I guess, but I have to deal with it. Like the flying roaches thing in New York, that's not a thing. Okay, so one we're fine, one we're fine. Reload, reload, seg faults. Crane flies? I don't know if I have them. I've got a lot of weird bugs here. Yeah, mosquitoes suck. Now, so this is a pointer. Um, believe it or not, it's a pointer. Uh, so I shot twice. So this is the pointer to the reload. I don't know what this is. It must be garbage. But it's so weird that it only happens with the reload because, like, we shot twice. Mission count 3 and then count 2. So we removed an animation, and then on the next frame, we play the next animation. Oh man, pointer issues are a problem. This method has never done me wrong, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to, um, I kind of want to see, like here, what the pointer is at 0. Yeah, this debugging probably isn't very interesting to watch, I know. Alright, this finished. I want the other one. Yeah, I don't really know what's going on. This has been giving me really, really weird bugs though from you need to learn debugging. Well, you're learning from a moron. I'm just kidding. But, you know. Yeah, with an engine you get a lot of bugs like this where you have to start printing out the pointers. Yeah, what's happening is we're shifting an array left as like a queue. Like the next when we an animation ends playing, we shift the array left. What is happening is that for reload specifically, it's not happening when I shoot, which makes me really, really confused. I wonder if it's a thing with the animation itself. But yeah, it eventually gets a bad pointer somehow. Did find and solve using the same debugger on OS X in my big OpenGL project. Yeah, GDB is pretty good. I should probably actually put a breakpoint when I get something like this, but okay, so this is okay, this is the correct. This is correct. This is always the correct. Now reload. Instant seg fault. Just Mac. That's funny. That's funny. Animation count goes to 3 here. It's so weird that only when I reload does it go to 3, but I think that actually might be because I don't have... basically, when I press R, it just does the input multiple times because I don't have, like, any timer on the R button. So it just does the input probably 3 times. Shouldn't matter, though. It should just reload 3 times. But we push the 3. We push the 3 because we start returning here. And then we play it once, and then we print out the pointer. We get a bad pointer here. Animation count 3. So this yeah, so this prints out, and then after we shift, then we get a bad pointer. Okay, yeah, so let's not use this, and let's just implement our own shifting thing, because I feel like this has to be an issue with the cast. That's just how it is. It has to be an issue with this void pointer cast. So it's probably just, I just have to index greater than or equal to the count. Crap at cutting, but I use like minimal depths and glit that I use runs with basically anything. Yeah, porting to everything must be pretty nice, huh? Must be pretty nice. So let's do let's just hold on. Let me spell this right. I'm like 90% sure that at this point it has to be a problem with the cast. The only reason why it works when you're shooting, I'm realizing now, is because it never removes, because it never queues multiple. That's why. Put it to risk 5 just to figure out my GPU could only do GLES. Oh, funny. Yeah, the GLES stuff is... I stay away from it. Yeah, I bet that this is just gonna work, and it was that I'm usually able to cast that. I guess I don't know. I guess I was being dumb. Maybe it's something like I should have been doing this, but then yeah, I mean, I don't know. Or maybe it was this. It was probably that. Possibly. Well, that's the function that I use for all my UI buffers, so I assumed that it would work, but I guess not. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I queued 3 reloads because I don't have a timer on it. But if we do our 3 reloads and then shoot, we queued up the shoot. Shoot, reload. Now we shoot. Okay. And now we're queuing up shoots. It is desynced. Yeah, I have to put a timer on that reload, but yeah. Okay, so this works now. Okay, so that's the animation buffer thing. I should have, it should be count equals. We should also make an idle animation, I think, for the gun. The issue with that is that, well, I mean, yeah, we have to figure out. I kind of want to try and figure out if I can save my animation that got stuck on this other armature. So this reload animation is on this armature, but I lost it on the other one apparently. So I'm trying to figure out if I can actually get this on the other armature. If I can copy it. If I can export. Let's call this still going strong. Yeah. Hey Mice, how are you doing? I'm trying to get this. Let's save this for now. I'm trying to get this. We can delete this. We don't want this anymore. Oh gosh. I almost like crashed. Let's get rid of this. I don't need that anymore. So this is the new model. It has some improved things with the mesh. The issue is that this model doesn't actually have the animation because Blender deleted it. So it doesn't have the reload animation. If you check in pose mode, its animations, it only has shoot. It doesn't have reload. The reason why is because I didn't click fake user. So I want to try and figure out if I can import the other armature with reload and then see if I can move it over and copy the animation. I have no clue how to do this. Yeah, it looks like it isn't. I don't know of a way to get it. Yeah, this is just doing the other one. Not this one. Yeah, I know about the Quake 2 thing. I know about the Quake 1 thing too. It's just literally just a bunch of frames stitched together. It's pretty cool. Did this do it? Reload on armature? Is this possible for me to do? No, it looks like it just added it as a channel. I think I might, hold on. I think we can actually do this. I just have to. I think move the keyframes over to the other armature by hand. How do I do this though? It's not giving me any keyframes here. Probably because I have the wrong thing selected. This part is awesome in this track. Okay, so now if I go here, we have all of this. We have all of the bones. Now, it's kind of annoying that all the bones disappear. Like, I don't know why that's happening. Why is that happening when I enter into this view? It's like, doesn't show me. I think it's probably something that I have here. Oh, that's why. I'm just being stupid. So if I go over here and then do this. Oh, I have to. Ooh. Okay, so if I go here, select all of these, and then copy them. Copy it, please. Okay, so we copied it. Is it going to let me if I go here? Pose mode. Go to here. Make a new action. Probably not. It's not going to let me. Maybe I have to. No, I want to keyframe all of these as. Okay. And then paste. Okay. Did this work? Yes. Okay. We figured it out. That's good. That's good. Okay, now let's just get rid of the first line because that was our initialization keyframe. That's huge actually that we got that to work. I did not want to have to make this animation all over again. Okay, so this looks correct. Yeah. Can I suggest increasing the diameter of the can by 2x? Know any good channels that can teach you C at an intermediate level? That's a good question. I don't really know, to be honest. I don't know of a lot of good channels teaching C. There are a few like good videos out there, like How I Program C by Eskil Steinberg. But as far as videos go, I don't really know. To be honest, I learned C kind of by bashing my head against the wall and just implementing things that I learned from other languages, like Rust um, and Java. You know, I just did kind of projects on my own. And then when I needed to learn malloc, I just looked up how to allocate and all that sort of stuff, you know. So I didn't really learn from YouTube, so my resources are probably pretty bad. So if I just get rid of this now we should just have it on one gun. Now I can just, if I get rid of this gun, I should, where's my armature? What the heck? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, I had that selected, I guess. Okay, so don't delete the armature. That's step one. Then go to pose mode. Then let's check out. Yes. That's it. We fixed it. Nice. Now let's just get rid of this reload. Or let's rename this to reload. Okay. We saved it. Nice. Okay, save it. Good. Okay. Actually, we should just like save as at this point. It's like, make it 13. Now, I guess I kind of wanted to do like an idle animation. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mice. I'm like really bad when it comes to like asking me for like language resources, because I kind of like learned Java in school, and then the rest of it was kind of easier from there, because I just kind of, learning languages is really easy once you know one. In my opinion, with the whole coding thing. Let me go to rest position on this. Okay, cool. So now we want to do an idle animation. So I'm going to, first of all, let's make sure our shoot is also fake usered. Okay, nice. Let's create a new action. Let's call it idle fake user. Make sure to click that this time. Make sure to get everything. I don't know what the rest of this stuff is. Okay. Okay, so let's do this, I guess. Honestly, let's call it walk. Actually, let's call it walk. Probably learned fundamentals about working with memory and how to make the OS do things for me. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, all you have to learn is really just like, you have to learn pointers, is pretty much it. You know, like what a pointer is. And common problems with pointers, I guess. What memory allocation looks like. Stuff like that. Okay, so I think that we just want to move this then. Oh, we have to take it out of rest position first. That's true. Oh, it didn't actually keyframe my changes. Whoops. Oh gosh, I did it again. I did it again. I apologize. I always forget to do that. This track is awesome, by the way. It's a virtual dream plaza track, if you didn't know. It's the one with the Asian lady with sunglasses. It's pretty awesome. Honestly, we should just call this idle. Because this is kind of not even a walk, I'm realizing. This is kind of like a... I don't really like that last one. I don't really like this one either. Yeah, I kind of want it to barely move. I don't know. I don't really know how to animate, to be honest, but I just kind of move things until it works. I've seen the movie Lost in Space from 1998. That's a classic CGI and even some SGI commercials in it, just like Jurassic Park. I haven't seen Lost in Space. I don't think I have. Who directed it? Really kind of happening. Just like really space it out, I guess. And then give it some just a little bit of something in the middle. Stephen Hopkins. I haven't seen it. I'll get some life breathed into it. Now you kind of want it to come back to the left, go down a bit, but also go forward or back. Might be a bit fast. Yeah. It's a bit robotic. I don't know if I like that. Yeah, it's a bit too much. I don't really know what I'm going for with this, but I just kind of want something to be looping in the background so that it's not completely still. Why did that not paste? Oh, I pasted it at the beginning. Awesome track. Have I seen Jurassic Park? Of course I've seen Jurassic Park. Oh, there's a lizard. There's a lizard. Yeah, it's starting. It's starting to get to that point of the night where the roach shiz might start coming out, so I might have to call it soon. Yeah, you probably want a longer animation here than this, but I don't really know how to make this. Making an idle animation is actually kind of hard, huh? Like, this might be a bit too much, to be honest. Scene where she says, I know this, it's a Unix system. Oh yeah, I remember that scene. Yeah, this is starting to look okay. It does probably have to be really long though. My kind of plan is for that every single model has the ability to have an idle animation that it just resets to into the front of the queue. Whenever no animation is on it. Yeah, I looked up like animation stuff online to like find maybe a tutorial that I could follow for this, but I didn't really actually find much like good resources for animating like weapons, for example. It's kind of hard to find anything of substance. You study the original animations for the M4 and AQ2. Yeah, I should definitely look at some. I should really look at some. The thing is, I don't know if I really want to copy Quake, for example. Like, Quake has some really basic animations, which is cool and all, but I kind of want some more character to come through with the guns. Like Quake 1, for example, the shotgun is literally just it moves forward and back at a certain rate, you know? Um, yeah, I need it to rotate back. Here. This goes like this, and this. There. That's good. That's a good one. Oh yeah, it does. What annoyed me was the vertices moving, making the polygon shape take a shape. Bit odd how the games are animated in Quake 2. Interesting. I never noticed that. I like the animations in Quake 2. You know, one of my favorite guns, I was showing this off on stream earlier, one of my favorite guns is actually from Unreal 2. If you've played Unreal 2, I don't really like the game, but this is one of my favorite guns. Is the grenade launcher from Unreal 2. It's this. It's such a sick looking weapon. I really want to make something similar to it. That hot babe. Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't get like married to the animations because we don't even have hands to rig to anyway yet, but like on the way back we should really have some it goes left here. Actually, yeah, let's just do this. There. I like the rhythm of it. It's cool. There is like a little bit of a part that I don't like here is this stretch is pretty bad. Just feels robotic. You know what I did notice? Like on some, there was this somebody went to the graph editor and then did something here in this like apparently you can edit the curves here. I don't understand it really. Like, what am I looking at here? Oh, you can see the curves for each one. I see. But you can only see the quad rotations. How do I get the other? I don't see anything here. X location, X, Y, Z, W. Like if I just like drag this up, what is it? Okay. Doing my first OpenGL, I learned that spending 6 months doing models is dumb. Code first with dummy models, then do better models later. Yeah. I mean, this is kind of a dummy model, but I do still want to like try to make an idle animation. Maybe the graph editor is for someone that's, wow, that actually looked kind of cool. That looked kind of sick. That looks kind of sick. I'm kind of a fan of that. Try it in the game. Sometimes it looks better in a proper setting. Yeah, I can. The thing is, like, my thing is like, it's pretty janky. So, for example, if I save this and I export this as GLB, to get it into my map, I have to do a bunch of hacking. Right now, I haven't set up. I need to figure out how to set this up, but for example, like we have this gun in this random spot. The reason why we have it in this random spot is because the camera is here for the weapon cam. So I need to figure out a way to do this automatically, but right now I literally have to just place it in front of the camera. So it takes a while to actually set that up, which is annoying. I have to figure out how to do it. Not stupid. Oh, did I just delete the... Yeah, I did. I think I'm deleting the wrong stuff here. Just want to bring this armature over. Actually, you know what you can just do? You can do it here. You can go 25, 25, 4. It's a 20, 25, 4. 25, 25, 4. And then you put the scale to 0.1, 0.1, 0.1, and then it's like that. It's supposed to be a bit more. I don't know what the... This is negative 480. I don't know if maybe I should just trust my eyes on this. Yeah, I'm just going to trust my eyes on it. Really gotta set up a way to do that automatically. Now let us, first of all, let's save as, well, so let's just go back to before we do this and then save as map 8. just to make sure we don't mess anything up. Then just delete this. Let's go to export here, transform, not Y up, rest is fine, and then this to be GLTF. Okay, and let's go straight into here. And we can try this out right before we cut it, because I'm pretty sure there are going to be roaches flying around soon. Which is horrifying. How do I do this? First of all, let's make sure we go GLTF. Let's go map 8. Maybe we do it from the update side. So update animations. Maybe. Yeah, let's put it, for now, let's just put it on the render group. That's kind of lazy to do that, but, yeah, this is actually really lazy to do it this way, actually, because then there's tiny bugs all over my monitor. I just want to check this out before I call it a night. We have to do this. When we generate render groups, we have to set this to null. Okay, and then we're just going to do it here. Okay. So if we have so when we're doing our animations, if we have if globals.rendergroups.buffer r.idle isn't null, then we want to play animation. Actually, yeah, then we just queue it. Yeah, I don't really know how to You could have a. Okay, so push it. If if G is idled, then we are going to execute different code. Else, we are going to do the regular case, which is this. But if we're idled, then we want to free the buffer. Oh, actually, hold on. Yeah, you just do this. Let's also set it to null. How am I programming wizard? Okay, so we are going to push if our count is less than 0, we don't have a buffer. Then we push idle. And then we play idle. Okay, let's give this a shot. There's no guarantee that this is going to work, but I'm probably going to be out of here anyway right after this. But thanks for stopping by, everyone. If initialization of int from void pointer. Hold on, let me. I didn't have. Right. It's like 3 in the morning and so you're kind of done for it. Well, I appreciate you sticking here with us. If you're so inclined, feel free to join the Discord. Thanks, Lucas, you too. If this doesn't work, I'm probably out of here, but maybe it'll just work and the gun will be on the screen and nothing to worry about. I have Discord on my main rig, laptop in the bag, no Discord. It's all good. Yeah, there are a bit. So what's happening right now is that it's generating the light map for the gun. I should make just code that doesn't generate light map for the gun because it doesn't actually use the light map, but because of the higher polygon count of the new gun model, it's probably why that's taking forever. But yeah, I don't even use the light map for the gun. I just sample the light at the player position and then use a generic lighting rig. Okay. Well, we seg faulted, so instant seg fault when we did the. Yeah, I mean, it what happened is it queued up the idle animation and then instantly seg faulted. It might honestly be because I'm not sure. Oh, I didn't. Oh. I had to put. It's probably because of this. How do I track my code changes? I have my own kind of like versioning thing. Like I just keep backups. But I don't actually use like Git. Which is probably a bad habit, but it's just I don't like the structure of other versioning things. Okay. Well, I did say I was going to leave. Now I kind of feel stupid. But yeah, I kind of want to see it work. But honestly, I don't know if that was even the issue. Hold on. We pushed the animation. It looked like it crashed on the very first frame. So it definitely found an animation, pushed it, because it returns if it can't find an animation, so it definitely pushed it. Oh no, never mind. Yeah, I probably have to. I can't sleep on a bug. Yeah, I'm the same way, but I also just want to eat my dinner in peace. Yeah, I'm just going to give this. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to figure this out in a moment here. The problem here is that we're setting is idled to true, and then pushing again, and then it sets it to false. So we can't even do this. But I'm also realizing that we're gonna have to make a different function, because this if is idled has to happen in a separate function. So yeah, I can't fix this right now because it has to be a separate function. This is idled thing, because if it's a part of the regular pushing, then it's just going to be freeing the buffer every frame, which it can't do. It can't free the buffer every frame, obviously, so it only needs to free it when we stop idling. So have to make it a different function, but I am going to eat my dinner now in peace. So thanks for watching. Have a good night. All right, peace out.